All right, what up? What up? How are we doing? Luckily, the patch notes this week were pretty inconsequential, so don't have to do like a patch rundown. You just get right into hitting stuff. You need to type in my bank pin real quick, and then we're good to go. Listen, it's really hard until you get used to it. Once you get used to it, it's like second nature. What's going on, Infamous? How are we doing? All right, what's happening? Let me collect this. Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a pretty big part of it too, right? Like, here, I mean, do I have a Raksha set up? I don't think so. No, I don't. That's fine. We'll just go there with this. This will be fine. Because we're not going to stay for an entire kill. So the biggest thing is to internalize which keybinds are which prayers. That's the biggest thing. Once you do that, it's just reacting to what you're seeing, right? So here. Now I know what the melee hit looks like, so obviously it's going to be easier for me to showcase it. But something that you can do is if you're unsure, you can like flick melee first just to like get used to like, okay, I'm having a hard time reacting to the melee hit, so I'm just going to preemptively flick melee. That way I have a better chance. So here we'll just go in. I'm not going to like go overload or anything. So here, gonna preemptively flick melee. There, he actually meleeed me. Okay, I know that that's ranged. Preemptive melee. Now you do get quite a bit less healing, obviously, but you're taking so much less damage that it's fine, right? But one of the big upsides about the melee hit is that it is the most subtle. So like if you see him do like a little micro movement that's like not this big like sweeping motion, that's another way to tell that's the melee hit, right? Tank the melee sweat beam. I mean, you definitely can. If you wanted to, you could anticipate the disruption shielded. I've seen people do that. But like that's omega tryhard and you get no reward for it. But yeah, like that's how I went about learning, is that if you're having a hard time reacting to the melee hit, then don't just preemptively pray melee. And then once you get used to it, then you'll be able to respond to it and it'll feel a lot better. I mean, with darkness, you can adjust soul split tank, which is probably not good. Like, I feel like some of the older bosses probably need to be rebalanced. Like, Raksha should probably hit like 30% harder in modern RuneScape. All right, let me take all the pages out of here. I don't even know if I have pages in here. I don't. Okay, that's fine. How many kills are we at? 228. Nice. That's not bad. Raksha hits a really low through your prayer. Skipping all of this. 22 Calphi Kings. Wow. Do I want to do 22 Calphi King? I guess, yeah, we'll hold this. Like, I don't have a log. 22 is a lot, but like, Calphi King is pretty free these days, so. So let's see. I guess what we can do is I'll run a full Equilibrium aura, and then we'll switch to Calphi King. Yeah, so I play MOBAs, so like the comfortable keybinds for me is QWEER. I'm getting that itch to get a tap mute. Dude, when I'm playing a league, I be getting that itch. I had the same support 2 games in a row, and they ruined 2 games in a row. Oh my goodness. You could best believe all the things that Jax players get banned for. I was thinking it. I didn't say it, but I was thinking it. All right, let me go get my tea, and then we'll just run a full Equilibrium aura. Or if we get a shard, offhand, or pet, then we'll immediately switch. But yeah, I'll be right back. Let me see the log so far. Yeah, this is where we're at. As of right now, our log is fine, like slightly below average. Actually, I think I'm still way below average in terms of number of drops, but the only thing I care about is shards, so I'm a little bit below average on shards. Because let's see how many, because I think at this point I should have, what, pushing 23 total drops, and I have 10. So I'm way below overall drop rate. But in terms of like how much money I should have made, I'm about where I should be. What's going on, to Timmy? How we doing? Oh, I put the wrong aura on. I just realized that. How's the grind? Oh, we haven't done a ton of the dungeon off stream, just because like I've been playing TFT, been trying to hit diamond. I had to play my decay games and ranked. That was horrible. But yeah, we haven't been playing a ton of RuneScape. Like, I want to say I did like 10 kills off stream. Is there a good boss to practice melee? So melee is not really the type of style where like a particular boss is going to not. Actually, that's not true. Raksha is going to be one of your best bosses to practice melee if you already have a general understanding of the combat system, because Raksha doesn't punish you as hard for being in melee range. You could argue that Raksha actually rewards you for being in melee range. So Raksha is probably the boss you want to go to. Can we see log and KC so far? After this kill, we'll go over log and KC. Yeah, we got 2 shards. One in the, not in the last stream, but one in the stream before that, and then one like 2 kills later off stream. Always. So the issue is that that's a boss that doesn't really punish you for messing up. He just, or she just kind of stands there and lets you hit her. So like in terms of whether or not you're practicing melee versus are you just hitting a boss, like I wouldn't consider that like viable practice. But like if you do want to just hit a boss, like obviously Vindicta is one of the ways to do it. Plans on a second shard. I'm using all of my shards. Well, I'm using the first 4, I guess. Sanctum KC 228. This is number 229 right now. Well, so one of the big issues with practicing your rotations on a boss that can't fight back is that a big part of learning your rotations is being able to do them while under pressure, right? Like, who cares if you can hit Vindicta if, like, or like, who cares if you can do a fully optimized rotation against Vindicta if the first time you need to, like, deal with the mechanic, all of a sudden the whole rotation collapses, right? Now, obviously, that's like a relatively harsh stance, but it is worth keeping in mind when it comes to like practice, right? Like there is a difference between like just hitting a boss to like get familiar with your style versus at like a more applied practice, if that makes sense. Like I would say hitting Vindicta is like theoretical practice, whereas like hitting Raksha is applied practice, if that may make sense. To use school terms. We have to finish my 200 KC hard mode Zuk. I wish I could have stopped at 200. I didn't get my Zuk pet until 444. Yeah, sorry if that came off as like particularly harsh. It's more what I was just trying to get at is that there are ways to like learn these are the buttons I'm supposed to press in this order, and then there are ways to learn how to do them when a boss is hitting you. Because like for all intents and purposes, like Vindicta's a DPS dummy, right? Like you're never dying to Vindicta. Especially if the reason why you're going there is to practice, like it's pretty much impossible to die. So if it's impossible to die, you can play a lot less clean. I meant to devotion, but I guess that reflect works out. Oh, now I have to devotion this. I see. Okay, so that reflect was troll then. Okay, that was troll. Yeah, I think Raksha is like the perfect like entry level, like I want to start learning how to boss. Like he's perfect for that. He's actually such an intelligently designed boss for that purpose. So if you don't have a Death Touch bracelet, I would not buy one for Rasu. If you have one already, it's probably worth using, at least until you like figure out what your preference is. But like, do not buy one specifically for Rasu. That is a waste of money. Yeah, and like I understand where you're at, where like it's probably easier for you to learn when you can just okay, I want to like 100% this rotation, and then once I've done that, then I can actually apply that rotation to a boss. Like trying to learn both at the same time is like too much, and I think that's totally fair. I think there's a lot of people who would share that opinion. Scarab Umbrella. I don't know what just happened to my graphics there, but that power burst was 07 RuneScape. I don't know what that animation was. That was disgusting. Nice interface. Thanks. I tried to make it smoother to understand for like the viewer. That was the purpose of like organizing my interface the way it is that any information that you guys don't need to see, like my friends list, my clan chat, all that is off screen. Then everything else is organized in a way so that you have access to all the information that you need. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried that having too many bars on screen is too much. But I think one of the good changes that they implemented was that if I press a keybind, you guys can see that keybind highlighted. I think that's super cool. And then obviously if I'm clicking an ability, like you see where my mouse is going. What are the rune pouches for? Disruption Shield, Spellbook Swap. Oh, well, I guess in a different order. It's for Prism of Restoration, Spellbook Swap, and Disruption Shield. My rune pouches aren't like organized in terms of what ability they can cast. It's just elemental runes, catalytic runes, and then auxiliary runes. But yeah, those are the main spells I want to be casting with them. And then when I do Virago, I can also cast Shield Dome. That's a very, very niche use case, but it is something that I can do at Virago. Oops, misclick. But yeah, Disruption Shield lets you get a little bit more upside of your Split Soul. Am I back yet? Okay, I think I'm back. Yeah, it's been like storming around here, so it's a lot. But okay, we're back. That's good. Yeah, there were like torrential rains yesterday, and that was a whole thing, and then it's still been storming. Okay, we're all set though. But yeah, so continuing what I was saying, I learned the same way. So like whenever I want to learn like a new character in Tekken, or when I want to improve at my character, just watching some of the best players at my character play is how I usually learn. It does teach a few bad habits, but like they're not general bad habits, they're like specific bad habits. What up? We're back. Yeah, so the biggest thing with Necro is that if you're getting close to full stacks of anything, you just want to be using your stacks. Unless you're saving your stacks for a particular reason. So like if you're saving for a big volley of souls because there's a DPS check coming up, then like that's one thing. But if you're just otherwise chilling, then like there isn't a great reason for you to save a volley of souls, right? That's unfortunate, but a drop's a drop, right? And the biggest thing too is that like not having to buy weapons is just so much better than having to buy them. Like I hate buying stuff that I've already gotten as drops. That's my least favorite thing. Yeah, it is worth learning the other styles. But yeah, like obviously Necro is just a lot simpler than the other styles still. Like I hate buying stuff that I know I'm gonna get, and I hate selling stuff that I might have to buy back later. I'm not stacking volley or finger. I tend to just use basic attack. So you want to just loop all of your generators. So you want Soul Sap, you want Touch of Death basically going at all times. So whenever they're off cooldown, you want to press them. And then you also want to keep an enemy bloated at all times. Like, obviously, as you get more and more familiar with a boss, it's going to be a lot easier to, like, have a general feel for when bloat is going to run out. So, like, I know that one tick after this bomb is over, that's when bloat's going to run out. So I devotion here. I cast one ability. I use bloat. And the same ticket runs out, I reapply it. Now, I have a lot of experience with this boss, right? So obviously, I'm just gonna know that, but that's just something that comes with knowledge if like you're not good at paying attention to your bloat timer. So I also know that bloat is gonna run out during the third attack here. But like, I can't really reapply it safely because I have to deal with my defensives here. So now I can bloat again, split soul, and then I just go back into a damage rotation with split soul. So I'm gonna bloat her now. Kill this. Kill this. Resummon all my guys. But yeah, like, I'm not buying the wand and orb because I know that, like, I'm staying here for log no matter what, because, like, Golden Reaper is one of the big goals on this account. So if I'm staying here no matter what, like, buying the new wand and orb is just miserable. Because I pay like 6 bill for them on day one, and then what? Like, I get them later, sell them back for 200 mil a piece. You got the shard? Yep, I actually got 2, which is really nice. Nice, nice. Camel guy. All right. So they broke the animation for they broke the animation for Split Soul. That's good. Actually, I wonder if it's broken everywhere or just at Nakatra. Because, like, is it broken here? No, it's literally just at Nakatra. Actually, well, what if I skulls and then split soul? Is it still broken? Yeah, it's just when you're killing the Nakatra. That's super interesting. What a weird thing to break during an update where they didn't change Nakatra at all. Wonder how I'm supposed to get my kill times lower here. Like, I know I can do pretty substantially faster, but I wonder if there's like something I'm doing obviously wrong. Like, I could probably speed that up by like 10 seconds. Like, what's my PB at Vermix? 134. I could probably get sub 130. Don't really know how I would do that though. How rare is the pet here? We don't know. My guess is it's like 1 in 300 or something with a threshold of 50. But like that's a pretty arbitrary, or like a threshold of 60. Like that's a pretty arbitrary number. I literally just made that up. So like there is no reason to believe that that's the real amount, other than that sounds pretty correct based on the type of boss and how it's organized. Yeah, like 1 in 200 also may make sense to me. 1 in 200, 1 in 300, both of those numbers are like reasonable. Yeah, I wouldn't be too stressed about it. Generally speaking, well, I guess I shouldn't say that, but like, there's a lot of places where you would expect pet to be the big bottleneck, and it's just not. So like, personally, I wouldn't worry too much about it, but like, as someone who needs things besides pet, it's easy for me to say that. But yeah, like, there is a lot of money to be had at this boss, so personally, I would just stay here until, obviously until you get pet, but just like enjoy whatever money you end up making. We got a shard yet? Yep. We got 2. Like, the only pets that I know people like regularly go super dry on is like Vitalis. But like, you don't even really go dry on Vitalis, you just go on drop rate and it's just miserable, right? Your fastest time at Kezalim? That's a good question. Like 2:45 or something? I don't have a clip of it on my channel. I could definitely go and get one, but like, I don't have a clip of it on my channel. Nice. Getting that kill is like super big. It saves me like 15 seconds. Squiggles, crocodile. Okay, relentless proc. Relentless proc. FF. Oh, I didn't have enough adrenaline. Oh, that was a sub 320. I didn't have enough adrenaline. I wasn't paying attention to my adrenaline. That's so sad. That was like a 318 easy. I'm cringe. So I know that you can like pre-build on the towers, but one of the issues with that is that that probably slows down your overall kill time, just so that you can say like the overall amount of time you're spent killing bosses gets slowed down so that you can say, oh, but look how fast I killed Kesselin. That just doesn't seem very compelling to me. But like maybe off stream, that's something that I'll do is get like a sub 330 or a sub 230 rather. Cause like that's a super easy fix that can easily save 10 seconds, right? Oh, well, I just trolled. That's fine. Oh, I just trolled again. Oops. Oopsies. I'm a griefer. That was pretty dumb. Honestly, you don't even lose that much time. You got 4 starting. No, I have 2. 4 is a lot. Too many, arguably. KC, what do you have in log? I think this is kill 230 or 231. I think it's 231. And I have 2 shards, 4 main hands. The tier 100 way better. It's not noticeable if you have 100% accuracy already. If you don't have 100% accuracy, it's a pretty substantial difference. Yeah, when I was doing Zuk, I think I got down to 1540 something. The crazy part is there's like someone has like a 13 something, like a 13, 14 or something. Like really, really, really crazy. I think, I want to say I tanked them all at the same time, but like that's kind of missing the point because I one-shot one of them. Nope, I did not see that. I'm glad I didn't. Sounds cursed. So one of the biggest time saves is insta-killing one of the Jads. So like as soon as I spawn, I stand in the safe spot that's near Zuk. It's the one that I use. I don't know if everyone uses it. I stand in that safe spot because that's where one of the Jad spawns. You target cycle, split soul bloat, 5-stack volley. I would need to go to the arena to actually remember, but it's, if you're facing Zuk, it's like, if Zuk is right here, if this is where his chair is, the safe spot is like right here. So wherever that is. Yeah. So if you're standing there, you can target cycle, skulls, 5-stack volley, and if you, with Deathmark, and if you do it properly, you'll get one bounce to that Jad, it'll bounce to you, and then you can dive in between the bounces, so that you can bring the skulls to the second Jad, and then you tank 2 of them at the same time. I don't even know if that's like the fastest method. That's just what I do. And like when you get it done, it looks so cool. And it's really, really fast. Yeah, it's super intense, but like you feel like the main character every time you get it right, so. What's the supposed drop rate? It's estimated to be like 1 in 100. I've heard numbers anywhere from 1 in 100 to 1 in 50, but 1 in 100 is probably the more accurate number. Yeah, so the biggest time save is 100% one cycling Huracan without living death. Because that makes the two cycle Zuk very, very easy. So that's going to be one of your biggest time saves, and another one of your big time saves is triple Jad. And then like literally the rest of it is like, oh, you can save 10 seconds on this wave with this setup times 12. right? And that's like the rest of the big time saves. Monkey pyramid. So it is annoying because like you start getting to a point where you're like soft cap on how fast you can go without a very particular rotation. Thanks, Anson, for the sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, I messed up earlier. Oh well, that's fine. I got 2 within 200. So my understanding is that your chance of getting a drop period is about 1 in 10. Squiggles arc. So like that's your chance of getting any drop. So if you're just like low rolling on shards but hitting everything else, like that's what it is. Like my RNG was, I'm severely under drop rate on everything. Then I hit 2 shards basically back to back. Now I'm severely drop rate on everything and slightly drop rate or slightly below drop rate on shards. Like what? At this point I should have 23 drops. Yeah, I should have 23 drops at this point and I have 10, right? So not good. But we have 2 shards, so it's fine. Obviously another shard tonight would be nice, but the biggest thing I'm looking for is the offhand. Because I do not want to buy an offhand just to make a video on it. I'd rather just get the one that I'm going to get anyways. Yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of people with like really lopsided logs like that. It's like, oh yeah, I got this part like super early and then I got nothing else. That was super weird. Like that seems to happen a lot. Just waiting for my split soul. I usually start setting up once my split soul is at 6 seconds. I guess I can do it at 8 seconds. Yeah, one of my mods, he has like 2,300 kills at Racial with 3 drops total. That is like the worst Racial. That's the worst log of any kind of I've ever seen. Yeah, it's quite literally the worst log from any boss I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, I still need a few more drops from here, so gotta keep the grind up. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I've seen a lot of people here have like really crazy RNG, so it's definitely like always frustrating when you see people getting like drop after drop after drop, and it's like, dude, like, can I get literally anything, please? Yeah, for my account, I either have a really good RNG or really bad RNG. It's pretty rare I go to a boss and have like completely middle of the pack RNG. Man, I'm doing hard mode. If you can do hard mode, there's very little reason to do normal mode. Like there's just so few bosses that I have like great. I guess Nex is like a little bit below average. Like, I should have like 3 or 4 more drops here, but like this is a little bit below average. I have a weird AOD log. I have 5 chests in 1200, but no weapons. So, like, I have a bunch of weird logs. But generally, my logs are either very good or horrible. Got a likes from me. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate it. We might have a PB here. I need to play the last part well, but assuming all goes well in the last part of this phase, we might have a PB. Is your like overall RNG bad at Vindicta, or you're just missing a lance? Because like my overall RNG is worthless at Vindicta. Pyramid Scarab. You have a God Cardinal Sanctum? Yep. Yeah, like, what's my... I think I have 3 broadcasts at Vindicta. I have 1,500. I have 2 lances and a crest. In 1,500. That's gotta be, like, horrendous, right? I think crest was the last thing I needed for a log as well. Yeah, my Vindicta RNG is really, really bad. Like, disgustingly bad. Whereas on the flip side, like, this is my Hellweir, right? So I had 3 drops from Vindicta in 1,500. From a Hellweir, I'm at 1,150, and I have 13 drops. So, yeah. Yeah, that is rough. I'm assuming your reputation and all that is maxed out, so you have like the top drop rate. Yeah, that is rough. Like, the good thing is that it's AFK, so like, it's not like you're actively playing and you're that dry, but it's still never fun to be that dry. I did get scammed at King Black Dragon yesterday, though. I hit my 3rd duplicate ornamental kit. So I have 3 of one ornamental kit and 0 of the other one. Yeah, like, it's KBD, so who cares? But at the same time, it's like, you know what I don't want to be doing? KBD. I just sneezed and then it went away. I don't want to be doing Sanctum. Honestly, I like Sanctum, but going dry anywhere is just treachery, right? Like, that's my biggest issue with Carapac. I like doing Carapac mechanically. Like, it's a fun boss fight, but I can only go, like, so many hundreds of kills and no staff piece before I just don't want to play anymore, right? Anyone mention pet draw operates here? It's not known yet, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was like 1 in 200 or 1 in 300 around there. Or like 1 in 250. Like anywhere in that range makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, you don't need the double mobility moves. They just help out a lot. And there's a lot of bosses where you want double mobility. So like if you have to choose between having it versus not having it, if you're gonna need it anyways, why not just get it would be the argument, right? Escape has a lot of upside while you're wearing Nakatra. I think like Escape's utility falls off quite a bit, but it definitely has a lot of upside while you're learning. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stay for 2 more shards and pet, but we'll see. Just depends on when I get everything. Dude, it's close. That's really good. Also, if you're like, if you really believe in yourself, you want to double death mark the pillar, so you only have to do triple pillar. What you want to do is on the 3rd one, you want to burst it so you get double death mark, and then before the bombs detonate and kill you, you need to kill the last pillar. It's really hard to do, but like that's how you want to like do the last 3. So like typically I double pillar, and then burst. Yeah, listen, if you want fast kills, that's what you gotta do. Well, yeah, because if you mess up, you instantly die, right? But, like, that's fine. Is it even a PB if you didn't risk it? Yeah, like that's usually what I do. Or like another thing that I do is like, if it's obvious it's gonna be a PB, or like it's competitive, then I'll play a lot more recklessly to like save time. If it's unclear, then like I'm not gonna take any unnecessary risks, right? I'll do a finger of death here. I should secure this. Oh yeah, when you like go for a PB and then die, it's like, bro, I don't want to play anymore. Okay, pyramid squiggles. Okay, any relentless procs in the chat? Any relentless procs? Any relentless proc? Okay, we lose. GG. All I need is scripture. True. Bro, I still need offhand, which I'm never gonna get at this rate. And I need pet. So, I mean, I plan on doing this for like a while, so. I'm sub 100k. Oh, yeah, I think you win. By like a lot. Yeah, I need to get offhand and pet in like negative 100 kills. Something tells me that's not gonna happen. Or you need to go dry on the most common drop for like 200 kills. Bro, you're about to get a shard on my world and then you're about to get banned in chat. I promise you, if you get a shard, you're getting banned. I don't care if you get one, you're not doing it on my world. You'll be excommunicado, you do that on my world. Why ban? Listen, because if you get a shard on my world, that means you hop specifically to my world to take money from me. That's crazy. True, true. It's all good. I'll get a scripture right here for you in solidarity. It's crazy that they're so cheap. Especially because, like, it's almost certainly strictly better than Scripture of Blend. The tier 95s are just lazy, dude. Like, I don't think that they're bad. They're just lazy. Well, I think that's just because the issue is that every account needs 4 shards. So if every account needs 4 shards and they need 1 of each weapon, like, what's the drop rate, right? I need to ban this guy. Ban. Normal and hard mode. Hard mode is all of the like ground targeted mechanics you need to dodge. Those just happen more often. And then Nikatra's magic bomb is 3 hits instead of 1. How are you? I'm doing okay today. Can't complain. Had a busy weekend, but we're chilling now. And I think the other thing about the magic weapons is that like they don't really change anything for magic, which is really disappointing. Because I think what we all thought was that, okay, if we're getting the corruption set, what's probably gonna happen is like magic is also gonna get some skill reworks so that like a bleed build is viable. The issue is that's not what we got. Instead, a bleed build is still completely not non-functional, but because of bleeds don't work in Sunshine and because of bleeds can't crit, I guess you'll just do bleed stuff when your fracture staff is on cooldown. And like, that's just really lazy. Now, my guess and my hope is that we're gonna be getting the bleed stuff, like we're gonna have a dedicated bleed build, you know, this time next year. But for the time being, it just feels like they missed the mark. At least for me, it feels like they missed the mark. Did you get a 3rd shard or hoping for a 2nd? Hoping for 3rd. What's going on, James? How are we doing? I just had a stroke. I don't know what buttons I just pressed, but they were not correct. Yeah, I think as an endgame player, like, I think the biggest disappointment is that as an endgame player, when like we hear that a new weapon is coming out, we expect it to be a pretty dramatic departure from the current stuff that's in the game. So I could definitely see a lot of enfranchised players like getting more burnt out than they would normally. because like the new wand and orb are just like they don't do what it seems like they should do. Because like they should be opening up new ways of using magic, but instead it's, hey, just whatever you were doing before, just do that now. And then whenever you can't take advantage of the already broken thing, which is Fractured Staff, use this bleed, I guess. That might reset itself, and if it doesn't, you get to use it once, and you just sit there and AFK. So I could definitely see a lot of enfranchised players feeling like the new weapons were just kind of a dud, because I think for that player base in particular, they are a dud, right? Yeah, because like all it did was it made Fractured Staff like better, which you could argue that Magic was the weakest style before, and that's fair, but like it kind of doesn't matter that Magic does like the least damage if Magic also has the most utility, right? And I think that's something that a lot of players don't really understand, or maybe they do understand, they just don't care. Like, I feel like most players don't understand the, like, concept of power budgets. Like, Magic and Necro should do the least amount of damage because they have by far the most utility. But then, like, Necro getting nerfed and people will cry that Necro got nerfed. It's like, I guess, but, like, you're also invincible against any boss that can't one-shot you. So, like, I don't know if I care that Necro, like, gets nerfed, right? I feel like being invincible is a pretty big upside for do slightly less damage. Oh, someone asked me why I hit the gorillas. I do it to build stacks. Arc Pyramid. I don't know if they're still here. I didn't mean to ignore them. I just got kind of wrapped up in the conversation. I just trolled so hard. That was like really bad. I guess it doesn't matter, but that was really bad. Yeah, it just literally doesn't matter. That's so funny. Yeah, and I think that's fair too. Like, I wonder if like a mass rework of all of the bosses is like what RuneScape needs, where like all of the bosses that are fine but just kind of old and clunky, like Virago, like get like minor functionality reworks. Then all the bosses that are just outclassed by the current gear in the game just get like buffed to be harder. Like Raksha should probably do like 30 to 40% more damage. Now, does that make like melee non-viable for Raksha? Probably, but I don't know if that's an issue. Like, I don't know if it's wrong that like, oh, you're not allowed to use this style at this boss. Yeah, you just need to play like super clean, right? Because if you miss one prayer flick and like your darkness doesn't proc, he's literally hitting you for like 8k. Yeah, it feels like you can use whatever you want. They're all like equally viable. I think that's true in RS3, but like the issue in RS3 is that if everything is viable, one or two styles are like invalidate the entire boss, right? And I think that's one of the bigger issues with RS3 is like, oh, this boss does a small number of hits that do moderate damage. Well, guess what? Magic with Crypt Bloom literally can't die. It's like, oh, okay, so I guess you just use magic then. And it's like, oh, this boss does a large number, like, does slow hits, but like, they're pretty meaty, but don't have 100% accuracy. Oh, Necromancy is literally invincible, you can't die. Feel like older bosses need to be friendly to solo play. So, I think a lot of bosses are friendly to solo players, but like you need to be really good. The issue is that our practice mode is just, it's essentially non-functional. Like ideally, and like one of the good things about playing Tekken is that like I actually have used like a good practice mode now. And anything that has like a practice mode is just gonna like feel so bad because Tekken's is so good. But like a practice mode should let you practice any aspect of the boss, period. Like that's what a good practice mode does. So Necro is going to give you the highest like reward to effort ratio, but it is not the strongest style, like definitionally, right? Like ranged is far superior to Necro in terms of damage output. And honestly, if you're like super sweaty with like arrows and bolts and all of your switches, then ranged has more healing than Necro because you just use Onyx bolts. Like that's like omega sweaty, and like not a lot of players do that. Like I actually want to like open Tekken and go into the replay system so I can show you how like insane the practice mode is. It's actually nuts, like how good the practice mode is in Tekken. Gonna add in case you answer the question. So basically, Necro is good because it gives you the highest reward to the amount of effort that you put in. So you can do like 99.9% of all content in the game by just getting good with Necro. And that's a good thing. Like for sure, that's a good thing. That is offset by like a lot of the feats and a lot of like the speed kills and stuff like that. Necro is just like non-competitive. But yeah, after I finish Kesselin, because I don't want to do it while my potions are running, I'm actually going to open up Tekken, and then we'll, like, I'll show you how insane the practice mode is. I agree. Like right now, thanks Alex for the sub, appreciate it. It's like right now, it feels like there isn't any content in the game that's like worth getting good enough for. Cause like there's no like failure case, right? It's like if I can never mess up, then like I don't ever have to get good. Or if none of the content that's actually challenging is rewarding, then it doesn't matter, right? Okay, so I don't care about my book running, but I don't want my potions running, so we can just chill. Yeah, exactly. So here, let me open up Tekken, and I'll just show you guys like how insane this practice mode is. Because like this is the type of thing that like if RuneScapes was even half as robust as this, it would be perfect. So like it's just so nice. Like anything that you could possibly want from a practice mode, this game lets you do. It lets you go back and practice something in real time. If you messed up, it tells you what you need to do to get out of a situation. Like it's really, really, really crazy. No, because we'll do this one. So I'm player one. Okay, so I selected player one side, so now it's going to show me tips for the player one side. So one thing it does immediately, it shows me how bad all my mistakes are, right? So far nothing's like wrong here. He hits me here. So that move, it just told me that like, oh, that move is really minus. So if I block that, that's like really bad. Okay, so this guy's just trolling. This probably isn't a good game for this because this guy's like really bad. Totally forgot how this match went. Yeah, I knew that he was gonna do that, so. Okay, so here he uses a move that if I do this reaction to it, he can't possibly do anything about it. So like imagine if Jagex, like with their games, oh, you're like fighting Nakatra or something, and she does the magic bomb. Right before the magic bomb hits, it's like, hey, use deflect magic and devotion. And it's like, oh, perfect. So now here, what I can do, I can press X and I can practice this. So how do I, yeah, so here. And then it tells me that I did the right thing. Not only that, I can take control of my character with this. And it puts me in this situation in real time. Okay, I need to like back up a little, but like that's another thing that you could do is like, oh, this situation feels really impossible for me to get out of. So I can rewind from right here and just wait and just see what happens. And like, I'm fully, this is a replay, I'm fully in control that entire time. So like, and that's just a couple of things that it shows you. Like, how nice would it be to have that in RuneScape, right? How nice would it be to just, oh, this boss did something and then has a lot of downtime. So like, maybe the game tells me, hey, after this, the boss just chills. So you can like unload a ton of damage like on this boss here. I wonder how much of their feedback aligns with Tekken's top players. So one of the issues with Tekken right now is that like they've come out and said, hey, we're like not gonna do major balance patches. So that's one of like the scary things, is that the currently broken characters are just gonna stay broken. But like, because of how robust the practice mode is, there is no excuse for saying, I don't know how to play this matchup. Like, there is an excuse for that, because the practice mode will tell you literally everything that you could ever want to know about playing the matchup. Like, it tells you, oh, this move is this minus, so you're allowed to do this punish. And for people who don't know, in fighting games, if a move is minus, that means that you're allowed to respond to that move for free before your opponent acts. So it'll say, oh, this move is exactly this minus, so you're allowed to do this response to it. It's like, oh, okay, that's really cool. Also, let's say a move isn't minus, but there's a very easy counterplay to it. Like, oh, this move is a high, and it's the third hit of a 3-hit string. So if you know that it's a high, you can actually duck the last hit, and then you can punish that. Practice mode will tell you if the third hit of a string is a high. And then, again, on top of all of that, you can take control of your character in real time. So, oh, I know the third hit of this is a high, so now what I can do is I can practice ducking it and then, like, blowing this guy up for it. And like, obviously that's a fighting game, so like it's not a 1-to-1, but again, how nice would it be if, oh, this boss is doing an obvious attack that has, you know, it's a magic attack. So use protect magic, and then after the boss does this, there's like a lot of downtime. So that would be a good time to use split soul. Those would be the types of tips I would want to see in practice mode, on top of just, hey, you can look at a replay of this boss fight and jump back into your own replay at any point during this boss fight. Like, how much easier would it be to learn if that was an option? If, oh, I'm doing Zamrock and I keep dying at P7 Zamrock. What if I could load in to P7 like right after I hit the last rune? Turns out a lot more people probably would have tried and succeeded with Zamrock. So Pyramid Kitten. And yeah, like the practice tool is good for like a lot of pro players too. Like most pro players use it when they're learning new characters, or when they're learning when they're like learning how to play against like new top tier characters. Because, like, I'll be watching pro games, and it's like, oh, I know this string ends in a high, and even pros aren't able to, like, duck this last hit and then get a really big punish off. And it's like, dang, dude, if pros aren't able to do this, but, like, they have all the tools for it, I think that goes to show, like, how important using the tools that are available to you. Yeah, so like my guess is that as time goes on, a lot of like the older tips are gonna be obsolete. So something that Jagex could do, for instance, was like, okay, RS guy's on the mod team. He's a high-end PVMer. Maybe either him or him in collaboration with other high-end PPVMers write like customized tips for this. Like, oh, did you know one person can kill all of the amalgamations? This is how you can do it. It's like, oh, that's actually a really useful tip. I didn't know that that was possible. Or even just having like in-game tutorials for like tips and tricks for how to use the combat style. So like, hey, did you know barricade prevents life transfer from damaging you? So if you need the life transfer and you need to barricade because, you know, you're fighting like Carapac or something, that's actually a really good time to life transfer because you get to do it for free. Most players probably didn't know that. I learned that like 2 months ago. PvMe is also incredibly dense. Like the reality is that even if most players knew about it, like the way the information is presented is just too cumbersome for new players to understand. Because like when I was trying to learn how to boss, I would go to PvMe and like I just don't understand what they're trying to communicate to me. Did you hear about the GE money duping scandal? Nope. But you can rest assured, I know nothing about it and didn't abuse it. Smile. Just kidding. I actually have no idea what it is. I don't be following scandals like that. I just don't care that much because they usually don't affect me. But yeah, like, it would be cool if there was a, you know, hey, here's like a necromancy one, or not even necromancy 101. Here's just a bossing 101, where it's like, oh, did you know, what's it called? Barricade prevents all damage, even self-inflicted damage, so you can tendrils during barricade and it won't damage you. That's really good to know if you're a new player. And honestly, if you're an enfranchised player, that's really good to know. Because if you're fighting a boss that does a lot of damage and you want to barricade, but also tendrils is a really important part of your rotation, knowing that it doesn't do damage to you is like pivotal to your understanding of how to, you know, boss at the highest end, right? Yeah, and like, I am really glad that like I play a lot of other games because it gives me a lot more insight onto like some of the issues that I have with Jagex's new player experience. Like, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to make it so a new player can navigate the game comfortably. And like, more than anything else, I think that's something that Jagex needs to do. Like, keeping your already enfranchised players playing is important, especially, you know, when you've just had a mass exodus. Like, that's definitely important, right? But I think something else to keep in mind is that, like, it kind of doesn't matter if you can keep, like, your currently playing players. Like, it doesn't matter if you can keep them if, like, you're not gaining any new players, because, like, you're just gonna bleed out your player base at some point anyways, right? No reprisal, self-inflicted. Yeah, like that's nuts. Like I could probably guess that intuitively, but that's not something that I would like consciously think about and try to implement. Like it's something that like as you said it, it's like, yeah, that checks out. Like I can totally see that being the case. I would never try to reprisal my own damage. What's going on? How we doing? Yeah, like it's stuff that I've tried to tackle. Yeah. Like that's stuff that like I've tried to tackle with like a lot of my PVM fundamentals and PVM Academy stuff. But like that shouldn't be a content creator's job, right? And like obviously like I get stuff wrong and then I don't always know like the perfect answers to everything, and then I'm just gonna miss stuff because like there's a lot of stuff that's like, oh, this isn't enough to put into a video, but like is making a YouTube short about reprisal really worth like the time and energy? Like I don't know. Came back from physical therapy. Is everything good? Well, I also think a lot of like the new school PVMers are just like, or just like a lot of the younger generation, honestly, they just like a boss differently, where like they don't learn how to boss, they learn how to press buttons in an order. So I had a guy who asked me for coaching. I did this off stream. He asked me for coaching with Zamorak, like level 0 Zamorak. He like couldn't figure it out. This same guy had 4K Telos. And it's like, how do you have a Golden Warden but like 0% Zamorak is like beyond you? It just doesn't make any sense to me. But like when you understand how people learn, it, or how people learn specifically with RuneScape, it actually makes a ton of sense. Like people don't learn how to play the game. They learn how to press certain buttons in a certain order at one boss. Yeah, doing it without curses seems like a monumental task. And like, that's another thing too, right? Curses are mandatory for the game. Why doesn't Jagex just tell us that? Oh, I just trolled. Like, curses being mandatory is its own issue, but if curses are mandatory, we should know, right? Like, that's not something that I should find out, because it turns out that's not the type of thing that people like finding out, because it feels like the game is just fucking with you. Timepiece, umbrella. We might still be able to squeak out a one piece. Timepiece, umbrella. Or a one cycle. All I need is a relentless proc right here, and we're totally fine. Okay, GG. Listen, I tried to have hope, but we didn't get the relentless proc. We still probably could. It's gonna be a lot, but we definitely probably can do it. Actually, I think we're fine. Are we fine? Oh yeah, we still got it. Bro, am I kind of Chad? Like, am I a problem? I mean, I'll take it. I want an offhand, but I will take it. Yeah, I mean, that's my RNG, but we'll take it. I'm down. All right, time to get my 10 mil for this. $180, that's not bad. Thank you, thank you. I mean, we got a drop today, so that's exciting. And we refilled the cash tag. I spent all my money on a merch. I've become the thing I've sworn to destroy. What do you think about the upcoming skilling? Is this hard compared to Racial? So, this boss tests a skill set that most players haven't developed. Also, that would be another thing that I would like to see incorporated into the game, where like, there should be different types of bosses where it says, hey, this boss tests this skill set. Like, Zuck is a movement boss. 99% of players don't know that. Watching your stream this night made me improve kill. Nice, that's awesome. 77 kills, 0 loot so far. That's unfortunate. I think having players know that, like, okay, remember how movement was really important at Nakatra? You're probably going to want to use a lot of that same skill set for Zuck. It's like, oh, that's good to know. And then maybe it can even go a step further and say, hey, movement is important for these reasons. Like, Zuck doesn't have a lot of crazy ground targeted mechanics, although I guess he does in hard mode with fire waves. But like, hey, by the way, you can use your movement to trap certain enemies behind each other. Then maybe there's even an in-game guide for Zuck that like shows you some of the good safe spots. Like, that would probably be like a lot, but I feel like the like Dark Souls way of learning that Jagex wants us to learn, which is throw yourself out at the boss until you like figure it out. I think most players just aren't capable of that. How good is the G600 mouse? I really like it. Mine's old and has issues, but I really like it. It's basically the only mouse I've used for the last like 5 years. Yeah, exactly. Like, having like an in-game tip like, hey, by the way, the boss is gonna like stand here and do nothing for a little while. So now's a good time to split soul. Or even, hey, by the way, like, this is a DPS check. So you should probably like try to max out on as much damage as you can get here. And these are all things that I think would be really nice to see. I was 300 hard mode KC for 1 log or one main hand, 1 offhand, 1 shard. That's really bad. I have 5 main hands and no offhands and 2 shards in 230 something, in 237. I do use mouse keybinds and I use keyboard. So on my mouse, I have a split soul. I have split soul. I have my incantations on my mouse. So I have split soul, threads of fate. I have dive and surge on my mouse. I have my prayers on my mouse. I have bone bombs on my mouse. I have escape on my mouse. I'm sure there's more stuff that... Oh, I have my food on my mouse. And I have disruption shield. And power burst. All of that is on my mouse. And I think I have one button I like don't use. Do you use a modifier? What do you mean? Oh no, I don't like shift clicking. It's like not fun. Like, I'd rather just have, like, worse functionality than shift click. Yeah, I think harder boss would be really nice. It seems like the Devourer is supposed to be a hard boss. My hope with the Devourer is that it's like, it doesn't have a bunch of like bloat difficulty the way that Zamorak does. Because like, Zamorak only has 4 difficulties.
7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
Thanks, Teddy, for the follow. Appreciate it. But like, Zamorak only has four difficulties. But the enrage system makes it feel like the boss actually has like all these crazy things that's going on, and that's just like not true. Like, I've talked about this before, but Zamorak's like 4 difficulties are 0 to 99, 100 to 899, 900 to 2K, and then 2K plus. And then obviously story mode, right? So 5 difficulties, I guess. Or honestly, I don't even know if 2K plus is like its own difficulty. It probably isn't. It's probably just 900 plus. So when I say 4 difficulties, what I mean is there are 4 like tiers of difficulty when you're fighting Zamorak where things get meaningfully more challenging. So they get meaningfully more challenging when you unlock phase 7. They get meaningfully more challenging, and they get meaningfully more challenging when you can't do mechanic skips anymore. So you unlock phase 7 at 100 in rage. You can't do mechanic skips anymore at 900 in rage. And then, like, obviously, there's story mode, right? But the issue is that like 1 to 99% is just 10 kills of you doing the same thing. And then 100 to, what's it called? I need to do 2 20% finger of deaths here. Nice. Well, look at me problem solving. I'm actually kind of cracked though. I also don't like how they removed the dungeon requirement for Zamrock. I thought the dungeon was really cool. I think the dungeon was really, really cumbersome. And it felt like it was a little bit too long. But I feel like the idea of, oh, to unlock the dungeon skips, you need to do the 250% dungeon. Like, that was super, super cool to me. Yeah, Jailor sucks. Like, maybe if he had a teleport animation and, like, didn't go fully immune, like, that would make it feel better. I don't know. I just didn't mind killing a lot of the bosses. I thought it was, like, really cool. But, like, I'm probably in the minority, so I'm, like, not super sold on this point. But I think like that idea of like, hey, you need to figure out how to clear 250% dungeon if you want dungeon skips. I think that idea is really cool. Or like this is supposed to be like, hey, most of your player base isn't good enough to do this. And then the ones that are good enough to do this probably aren't like, you need to like really grind in order to unlock this. Okay, so we'll finish that up, and now we'll switch to Calphite King. Oh, that reminds me, let me try out Scripture of Amaskia. I feel like this is just better than Scripture of Blood. I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like this is just better than Scripture of Blood. Yeah, and I think that, like, it makes sense, but it also, like, kind of sucks, because, like, you don't want your player base to feel like they're just dumb. Because, like, sure, some players really enjoy it because it makes them feel like, oh, you know, like, I appreciate that Jagex is, like, making all content accessible to everyone. But maybe all content shouldn't be accessible to everyone. Is Ratio's armor worth getting? Yes. Excited for the new Conjure? Yeah, I think so. I think it could be really cool. It's probably not going to be, but I think it could be really cool. Where's my mechanized siphon? I don't know where it is. Is it here? It is. Oh, actually, let me go to Cal Viking and open an instance. Yeah, I want there to be more content. Yeah. I like that there's, I would hope that there's more content where like you actually need, like you're rewarded for mastery of the video game. And like Sanctum of Rebirth is just like a huge miss in that regard, because like the whole point of the boss is your consequences just don't matter. Like, I like that there are telegraphs, because having telegraphs means that the boss can be less fair. Because if the boss is telling you what it's doing, like, you don't get to complain that you don't know what killed you, right? So let's try out this Scripture of a Masket. I'm probably not going to get like a PB or anything. But I also might, so who knows? That's 1, 2. Am I still freedomed? Nope. Thought I got him on time, but I guess not. I think the main reason that people prefer solo content so much is that the PvMing community is like so toxic and so annoying to be a part of. Did Jagex say they're updating KK? I don't know. I don't follow a lot of like what Jagex says and does. They don't really acknowledge me as a content creator, so like I kind of just don't pay attention to anything that they do. Yeah, I'd be curious what they mean by small update. I mean, if Vorkath needs to be updated, I don't think anyone disagrees with that. Please die. Thank you. I want to learn KK. I have guides for it on my YouTube. Well, guide, singular. Yeah, I'll try to explain what I'm doing if it's like, if I'm doing anything super crazy. So if you're getting your defenders to like collect, I think that's fine. As it stands, defenders are obsolete, so I would not like go out of your way to get the defenders unless you just want to have them. What's going on, Zozo? How we doing? This is a sanctum. Yeah, I got a Calify King task, and I figured I should probably do it. I did get another wand at sanctum, so that's cool. Yeah, so I kind of like the Virago approach where if you're really, really, really good, you can solo this. And if you're not, that's fine. But I do like the idea that solo Virago exists. And like when I want things to be soloable, I want that to be in the form of like, oh, this is like technically possible. Like that's the version of soloable that I appreciate more. Can I move? Should I sell my luck of the dwarves? Probably not. Are you now using a mascot book as... So I'm testing it. In theory, it should be best in slot at placeable bosses. In practice, that doesn't seem to be the case. But like, I'm just testing it. I also wish Jagex were more open to buffing and nerfing stuff. The only change, I mean, I think just a change like that is definitely just like good enough. I mean, that felt like a lot of damage. Like, I don't know what my PB is for magic phase. That felt like a lot of damage. Oh, nice. That's good. Yeah, I hope they make it clear when the heal aura is on instead of it doing in the middle of your attacks. I think that would be a good change. It's really not fun when KK heal auras like in between attacks and then you just like heal him like a million for it. Which I have a Calvite King Reaper, but Drygores are like more expensive than they've been in a while, so that's the bigger reason why. I just think that RuneScape players don't know anything, and that's fine. That's okay that they don't know anything. But because they don't know anything, I think trying to balance the game around people who don't know anything is just a waste of time, and you should just do what you know is best. So like, Fractured Staff, obviously Omega broken. Like, it's been really broken for a long time. At least it was on release. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, if that's the case, that is totally fine. Probably just nerf it. Well, like, the issue, too, is that, like, when people find out that Fracture Staff is getting nerfed, they're, like, having meltdowns like this is the biggest deal in their entire life. And, like, it's just not the case. Like, Fractured Staff, for the vast majority of players, does more damage now than it did before the change. Like, if an actual bot is using Fractured Staff, they're losing about 1 to 3% damage. But if you're a regular person, because like they're doing like perfect 4-tick autos and all that stuff. If you're a regular person, you're gaining like a few percentage points in damage. The only thing you're really losing is the healing. But like, I don't know if you know this, but having infinite HP for 30 seconds every minute is probably too powerful. Oh, I just trolled. And like, that's what the old Fractured Staff did, was you were literally invincible for 30 seconds. Probably shouldn't be in the game. I mean, I think that Necromancy was good for the game in a lot of ways. Like, say what you will about like how strong it is or like how it's made the things easier. I think that's true, but it also exposed how like horrendously broken a lot of the other styles were. I'll have to teleport. That's annoying. So like, Necro's not overtuned, like not anymore at least. I think you could have made an argument for it on release, but it's not broken anymore. I mean, you're wrong. I don't know what to tell you. So like, is Necro easier than the other styles? 100%. That's undeniable. It's guaranteed easier than the other styles. In terms of your damage output, it is a clear third place compared to melee and what's it called? Melee and ranged. Like, it's like obviously not as strong as those two. Now, if you're saying it's broken because it's still, like, even doing the third most damage, you have so much utility that it should probably just do the least damage, that's an argument. Like, I would be willing to entertain that argument, but that's not the argument that most people make. I'm just not sure, like, I'm just not sure how much I buy that like, yeah, like, I don't know if I agree with that. I think that, like, that is an argument that you can make. I just don't know if I agree with it. Can I move? I've been stunned for an hour. Like, hello? Because again, it does, like, it is a distant third place compared to magic, or compared to melee and ranged. Like, it's a very distant third place. It's still, like, viable. You can still do all the content with it. Like, there's no content that's like, well, Necro just can't do this. Except for, like, ultra high and raid Samurai. Yeah, typically I use freedom early, and then I dive away in devotion. But the ranged phase green, you can skip with a well-timed stun. You can't kill DK. You can't kill them with Necro, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I wasn't playing when, like, Half-Life King was a real boss, so that's the main reason that I soloed. What is that bone debuff? It increases my accuracy with every hit of my skeleton. But, like, I could see Necro seeing another round of damage nerfs if, like, the new Conjure makes us way tankier. Like, even a 10% damage reduction, if it's additive damage reduction, that's a lot. Like, I could definitely see Necro seeing another set of nerfs, because at that point, you're basically invincible with Necro. So, like, your damage needs to almost be, like, the
7
lowest.
minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
Thanks, Turtle, for the follow. Appreciate it. Because, like, I'm not convinced that Necro does too much damage, but I can be convinced that with the new Conjure, Necro is going to be so safe that no boss can actually kill you. It's probably something like that. I think they could do something really cool with it, but it's probably going to be like very simple. Oh, does Barge cleanse Calify King's stun? I didn't know that. That's good to know. That's really cool. Yeah, I didn't know that. I've never meleeed Calify King, so I haven't tried. So I think that there's a big benefit to... like listening to your content creators, but you also have to consider that content creators don't necessarily know what's best for the game, or like your elite players don't know what's best for the average player. They know what's best for them. So you have to be very careful when you're like listening to your elite players, because they have a biased perspective and they may not be aware of it. Listen, most people aren't honest enough to admit that, so I'm proud of you, Bob. Most people just say wrong things and they just keep saying them. One bill cheat from EDU2, nice. Like, I have a friend. I don't know what Ellie means. What is that? I'm sure once you say it, I'm gonna feel really dumb, but I have no idea what that is. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense in context, so that's why I'm just like, maybe they'll explain what that means. Oh, sure. Oh, I timed the stun wrong. I'm dead. I wonder why I got put on global cooldown. Oh, it used my ghost, or it used my skeleton. Ah, I see. So generally, there's two ways of dealing with it. The good thing about range phase is that you can option select, so you can do both. But there's two ways of dealing with it. In ranged phase, Calify King's auto attack is like a little needle. Once he does the third needle, his next attack is going to be the green stun. So what you can do is you can actually hit him, you can stun him out of that and you can skip it. Now, in melee phase, you can't skip it. Like, you have
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
Thanks, Eden, for the follow. Appreciate it. So because you have to deal with it in melee phase, one thing that you can do, or what you do, is you freedom 1 or 2 attacks before, and then you dive away at 3 seconds left on the stun. And then you devotion with protect melee on, because it is melee. So here I'm gonna freedom because it did its first attack and I know that the stun's coming. So here's the stun. I'm diving away at 3 seconds and I'm mashing devotion. Devotion comes up in time, and that's how you deal with it. Only in ranged phase. In melee phase, he does the charge, and then he does 2 ability. Wait. Huh, give me my money. He does the charge and then he does 2 melee abilities. It's not possible to splash anymore. Yeah, they got rid of splashing, and like I think that is just good for the game. I don't think splashing was good. Like I think the game is better without splashing. I mean, you're doing less damage if you don't have the accuracy. So, like, basically, the big upside of not splashing is that you get the same overall damage per minute without the feels bad of I splash an important ability. So, not only is it like a feels change, but it's also a really good change because it improves, like, it's like just a straight up damage increase, right? Because if you can't splash an important ability, then like, that means you can always make sure that that important ability lands, which is really good. Okay, so he just did charge, so I'm gonna freedom now. Then he's gonna do the stun here. Then he's gonna do the stun here. Okay, he didn't stun me, I don't know why. Oh, so one thing that can happen with Kalphite King, if he would summon minions, that will always skip the next attack. So sometimes you'll like accidentally skip a stun because you'll phase him down to a minion spawn breakpoint, which I believe is 160k and 100k. Thanks, Othello, for the sub. Appreciate it. But yeah, as far as I understand, ingenuity of the humans is like, it's not literally useless, but it is. Like, if you're not like a top 0.1% player, ingenuity basically doesn't do anything. That feels weird. So that's the second needle attack there. So I need to be ready for a third needle. So I'm gonna freedom now. That's third needle. I'm gonna stun here. I was 1 tick late on the stun, which is unfortunate, but it's actually completely fine. And then we mash devotion, put on protect. Yeah, but then it's like, if you're that low combat, like, should you even be investing in ingenuity? Oh, it's so cool. Oh, I got greened again. Oh, okay. Doesn't matter. But yeah, like there's definitely a lot of issues that RuneScape has with its combat, with its balancing. There's a lot of issues that it has. Like, it feels weird that ranged has 3 types of weapons and 2 of them are worthless because they can't fire arrows. That probably shouldn't be in the game. Now, that probably means that God arrows need to get nerfed, but also, bolts should probably just be a lot stronger. Another thing that's really weird, I think that there is an elite class of weaponry, let's say tier 90 plus. It feels weird that any tier 90 plus weapon is obsolete if it's not like the highest tier of that weapon. That seems wrong to me. Like, I think if you get a Dragon Rider Lance and your Dragon Rider Lance is worthless, like, that's fine. I think getting a Drygor, which is a level 90 weapon, from a boss that, like, people aren't really farming, like, that just feels bad. Like, Ascensions feel really bad right now. And, like, my hope with the Shard was that, okay, maybe they have a bunch of pre-planned unique passives for all these weapons, and then Shard makes that weapon level 100 and gives it that unique passive. So that all of a sudden, any weapon that's level 90 plus is competitive. Because like for instance, Solak is still probably one of the hardest bosses in the game. Not probably. So Solak is one of the hardest bosses in the game. Blightbound crossbows do nothing. They're funny, but they don't do anything. That feels wrong to me. Seismics come from Virago, who I would argue is the hardest boss in the game. They do nothing. Listen, they're funny, but they don't do anything. But they are funny. E-girls use them. True. Yeah, I heard that OnlyFans girls like Blightbound crossbows. I don't know what that's about. It's a weird thing for them to like. Seismics came out. So I agree, but like one of the beautiful things about developing a game is that if something is non-functional, you can just make it functional. Like you're just allowed to do that. I use a knock spell, but I'm a noob. So one of the crazy things about that is that like that's not even true. So to like explain the state of like crossbows versus bows, if there were a level 150 crossbow, honestly, if there were like a level 180 crossbow, like you could just pick a number, it would not be best in slot against poisonable bosses. That's a pretty crazy thing to like be the case. Like if you wanted to range Carapac and you could use either a crystal bow or tier 100 crossbows, what do you think would be better at Carapac? Like, spoiler alert, the answer is crystal bow, because I can shoot Bic arrows. Now, that's more of an argument that Bic arrows are really broken, but that's the issue. Bic arrows are so powerful that having like 40% accuracy and Bic arrows is better than using level 100 weapons that can't use Bic arrows. Once you find out what Bic arrows do, you're going to be very happy that you have a Noxious bow and don't have Blightbound crossbows. Even though they are the most iconic weapon in RuneScape. But not for the reason you think. So Bic arrows, they increase your poison damage on hit by an additive 2%, stacking up to a total of 400% increase. So we just need poisons BBC. Listen, you know, you might be onto something. You might be our honorary #1 chatter. It's the best idea I've heard from chat all day. Prove it, do a play test. Is Carapac weak to... Is he weak to the bow? Hex Hunter bow? Yeah, I might make a video on that just so I can get Bic arrows nerfed, where I use Hex Hunter bow without Bic arrows and then Crystal bow with Bic arrows. That would be a fun video. You just gave me a good video idea. Bro, I don't care. Bic arrows are broken. They need to be gone. Like, for all of my people that do Carapac or that do Solak, we've all seen the Omega broken Bic arrow, where it's like, oh, I was half health and used Greater Ricochet, and it did 100,000 damage because my Bic arrows and Cinderbanes like procced off of each other recursively. Like, all of my Carapac people have like done that, where it's like, man, I'm like not 100% sure I'm gonna get this lightning skip, and then you press Greater Ricochet and you get the lightning skip. Or you press Rapid Fire and you get the lightning skip. Getting Bic Arrows nerfed is nasty work. Listen, they're too good. They've been too good for too long. I would be happy to get them nerfed. Is RS3 still active? It's anyone's guess. Yeah, the Solak Bic Arrow method is sick because, like, you spend the whole first part of the fight not doing any damage, and then you get your Bic Arrow stacked, and every time you press Greater Ricochet, it's 100,000 damage. I mean, RS3 has been getting a lot of good updates lately, and then RS3 also has, like, a pretty extensive roadmap of a bunch of updates to come, so the content is there if you want to participate in the content, is what I'll say. Oh yeah, they're godlike in art, Glacier. They're, they're mandatory at like 2K Glacier? I think once Glacier starts scaling, Bic Arrows are just mandatory. Like, you can obviously use all other styles if you want, but if you're using ranged, Bic Arrows are mandatory. Best tip for rippers, use Crypt Bloom. They like can't kill you. Well, they can kill you, but like not really. Do you recommend Iron Man mode? There are a lot of grinds, or there's a lot of maintenance in Iron mode or in Iron Man mode that is not fun. So, like, one of the big downsides of Iron Man mode is that the maintenance in RS3 is a lot higher than it is in old school because we have tier scale. Like, you can't just get a bone crossbow and then just buy 45 million bone bolts, and then now you have 99 range. I forgot to stun, but I think it's fine. Oh, I went too early. Never mind, clutched it. Vampirism Aura is very good. I think Dark Magic is best in slot against Poisonable, right? Like, if you're specifically not using Vampirism for whatever reason, then Dark Magic is actually super good against Poisonable. Because it's the only aura that has dots, right? Like, I think if you're using Necro and would be using Majorat against a poisonable boss, I think you should use Dark Magic. I believe that Dark Magic can proc poison. I'm not sure, though. Yeah, so, like, that's unfortunately the balancing act, is that MTX in a lot of ways is good for the game. It helps fun the game. It's also really bad for new players. Like, I've told this story a million times. I've had so many friends who've tried RuneScape and, you know, they were doing their thing. Cool. They're doing all their quests. They're, like, having fun. They're training all their skills. You know, they spin the wheel in MTX and they win a cosmetic override. So, you know, they happen into, like, 400 mil. So now they, like, buy a bunch of gear because they can just do that now. They got fast track to a bunch of gear. They, like, fast train all of their stats because they want to use all of the gear that they just got. And now they're in a weird position where, like, I am getting blasted right now. I'm dead. Huh, is what I would say. Resident save me? But, so they'll get fast tracked through the whole early game. And then, okay, like, it comes time to use all of the gear that they just got, and they don't have curses unlocked. So now they need to spend like 2 or 3 weeks, because, you know, they have jobs, right? They need to spend 2 or 3 weeks unlocking curses. By the time they unlock curses, they don't want to play the game anymore. Yeah, I tell people that all the time. Archaeology is the one skill you are actively punished for lamping, and Jagex doesn't tell you that. Why? Why don't they tell you that? Like, once you hit, when do you unlock Warforged? Is Warforged 76? So I think once you hit Warforged, I think it's fine to lamp. The issue is, before you unlock a Warforged, you get so much XP so fast that lamping, you're just deleting all of your, like, you're just wasting lamps, and then you're ruining your own archaeology experience. Because you just don't get that much downtime until you get to Warforged. Now, once you get to Warforged, the downtime is there, so if you want to lamp it, then knock yourself out. Oh, I didn't realize I wasn't hitting him. Scripture of Amaska didn't feel like meaningfully different from Scripture of Wen. It's probably just worse than Scripture of Wen. So, the thing that I would want to avoid as a game dev is I would want my players to not have to backtrack if that's not an active choice that they're doing. Most people lamp archaeology because they don't know that they have to backtrack. And I think that's the issue, is that, like, as a game dev, you don't want to, like, encourage your player to backtrack. Like, you want them to, unless, like, that's the intended way of doing the method, right? I shouldn't have claimed that cash bag. It's just so worthless. So you're right. If you get 99 first, then go back and do everything, that is faster. But I don't think it's important that's faster. I think it's important how like holistic the experience is. Because I would argue that doing that backtracking is a worse experience than just leveling it naturally. But like, that's also my opinion. I think it's an opinion that's shared by a lot of people, but that is my opinion. Oh yeah, that's true. If you have to grind out more collections, then you would have to backtrack so that you can backtrack more efficiently, and like, or you could just not backtrack, right? Because like, there are definitely skills that if you wanted to lamp them, like, bet, right? Divination, that skill is really slow. And the breakpoints are every 5 levels. So that's something to keep in mind. Woodcutting. This skill is disgustingly slow. So if you want to lamp woodcutting, bet. Fishing, really, really slow. Although, is fishing that slow? I think fishing is slow until, or I think fishing is like fine until you get 68. Then it's really slow. Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that. Oh, so I saw this question earlier, Chris, and I forgot to respond. You can't play Mainscape without MTX. You just like, there's no way to like turn it off. So you have to engage with it. Like, depending on what your issues are with it, there are better and worse ways to engage with it. Because like the key system is really nice with daily challenges, right? Like you get a bunch of XP and you get keys. There's basically no downside to doing daily challenges. But more keys means you're forced to interact with the system, which if you don't want to interact with the system, period, then that's obviously going to pose issues. I'm lamping my fishing too. I'm lamping mining. I have been lamping mining for almost a year now. I've been doing my mining dailies every day for almost a year now. I'm not 200 mil yet. Like, that's nuts. Archaeology is so slow. It's not though, which is crazy. Archaeology is actually relatively quick and it's profitable. If archaeology is slow, you're likely doing something wrong. Beyond that, even if it is slow, it's AFK, like way more AFK than a lot of other skills. Yeah, like archaeology is a skill that like, if I didn't have 200 mil, I would willingly get it 200 mil again. Like if they reset my archaeology back to 120, I would 100% just get 200 mil again. And I would do it every single time. I mean, that's fair, but like the way that I think about gathering skills is that they're AFK, meaning that if you're doing a gathering skill that's AFK, it means that you're probably not, like, you wouldn't be otherwise playing RuneScape, right? Because I think that's something that like a lot of people kind of trap themselves into, is that, oh, I want to be playing RuneScape, but I'm doing this dumb gathering skill instead. So they're like staring at their screen, sitting in a dark room, like complaining that archaeology is dog shit. And it's like, okay. Or you can just do other stuff. And then if you do other stuff, archaeology is infinity XP per hour. And for, you know, because it's AFK, compared to all the other skills that are infinity XP per hour, archaeology is arguably the fastest one, right? And it's the only gathering skill in the entire game, and it's not close, that you can properly run a Bic book. I believe PVM is about 1 mil XP per hour. Depends on the content that you're doing. So like Solak, I don't know if this is true in groups, but solo Solak is 800k XP an hour, which is really, really good for it being a boss, right? But like Abyssal Beasts, aren't they still like 1.3 mil, like 1.8 mil XP per hour, something crazy? Are there boots for range that let you snipe while walking? There are gloves for range that let you do that. Nightmare gauntlets let you use snipe and walk at the same time. I don't think snipe is super useful, but let's try to tell people they can PVM and just spend the earnings on. Yeah, so like the way that I engage with archaeology is I play other video games. When I'm playing those other video games, I set up AFK Warden to ping me for all of the stuff I wanted it to ping me for, and then I just have it on another screen and I just play the other game. So not only do you get to like max efficiency do archaeology, but you also get to play other games. And like, that's kind of the point of AFK skills. So like, again, if you're like sitting in a dark room complaining that archaeology sucks, you're probably not engaging with it in the right way. Which again, that's not supposed to be like a slight, even though it sounds like it. But the reality is that's how a lot of people engage with our archaeology. Is that they're like sitting there hating the skill while they're staring at their screen doing archaeology for hours and hours a day. And it's like, bro, just like do something else, please. Like, why torture yourself? Just literally do anything else. I think archaeology is unironically the best like non-combat skill in the game, and it's not close. I just like had a stroke. What just happened? Yeah, like once you figure out our archaeology, it's like the freest 200 mil like level it's so free. It's zero effort. You watch 3 anime, you have 200 mil archaeology. A new skill, I would have to think about it. Cause like when I think about a new skill, I think about it from the perspective of like, what is this adding to the game? So like, instead of a new skill, maybe a job system for the current combat styles. So like melee currently is an assassin class, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Assassins are really cool. That's not clear by just like looking at the skill and what the abilities do. So a lot of people like complain that it's unfair that melee takes all this extra damage, but they also do all this extra damage. And it's like, well, it is fair because melee is an assassin class. So like, I think incorporating more classes through like a build system would be a really interesting way of like expanding the game. And that's probably what I would do before I just like introduce an entirely brand new skill. Like, there's definitely interesting directions that they can go in. Just whenever you're considering, like, okay, we're gonna like add an expansion to the game, the biggest consideration from the game dev perspective is like, is this a better use of our time than improving the game like as it stands? Is it gonna be a shard drop? Bet. Listen, if it's shard or offhand, I'm chilling. If it's not though, you're getting timed out for a half hour. So, you better hope it's a shard drop. Listen, those are bold words saying guaranteed shard. Trust you. That's bold. Yeah, you're about to be excommunicado. But listen, maybe we'll get a shard and then it's fine. Then there's no consequences for your actions. Pyramid kitten. Okay. It does mean that you can see the future. Honestly, technically, oh, I'm dead. I don't know what I just did. I just trolled. Oh, I know what I did. I know what I did. I disruption shielded instead of power bursting, and then just like ruined the whole kill. That was a shot. That's not how that works. You and I both know that's not how that works. But you know what? For you, I'll be nice to you today. Even if we don't get a shard, you don't get timed out. But it does mean I'm never trusting you. Dude, I want this offhand like more than I want another shard. Shard or timeout? True. Bet. I like your style. Wait, die? Okay. I like forgot the keybind for life transfer. I was just like really confused. Or for threads. Timepiece guy. Darn, no one cycle. I'm bad. Camel kitten. Oh, my hellhound is lost. Like, what is he doing? Camel kitten. Well, unfortunately, you're excommunicado. It had to be done. It's okay. You'll be here for the end of the next kill, so it's all good. Bro, that's a bold claim. He said a guaranteed shard. Listen, if you're gonna be a prophet in my chat, you gotta put your money where your mouth is. It's all good. It's 10 minutes. He'll be back. I think I need to do like back end so I can like change my timeout settings because I think the default is 10 minutes. But it's okay because listen, in 10 minutes I'll be just finishing up the next kill. So if he wants, he can make another prediction. You'll see a faint aura on your character. It's pretty noticeable. I just try to like zoom over to the chest and not like spoil myself. That way it's more exciting. Or at least that's what I tell myself. Oh, okay. Can we click properly? Thank you. I mean, we hit a wand today, so like, obviously it's not the thing I wanted, but like, we hit a drop today. It's not every day we hit drops, so I'm definitely happy to just get a drop. Your kill count in Sanctum, I think we're pushing 240. I believe this is kill 239. Honestly, I'm also down for another Divine Rage. I'm just gonna stockpile every Divine Rage I get on top of all the ones that I'm buying. So my rationale behind Divine Rage is that that's a really weird item to put into the game and knowing it's going to be worthless. So my guess is that they either A, have plans to not make it worthless, or even if they never buff it, the buy-in is 5 mil for one Divine Rage. Why not? Like, because I'm rich, like, spending, like, a ton of money on a spec is, like, fine. Because, like, I'm getting 100 copies, right? So, my risk is 500 mil, and my reward is so much more than that, right? But yeah, like the biggest like reason behind why I think it's a good investment is that given how mandatory curses are in the current climate, releasing a prayer that does anything in the normal spellbook seems like a complete waste. So, and they have to know that. Like, I don't believe that they don't know that. So, if they know that, it gets you thinking, you know. Now I could be completely wrong, and then I'm out like 500 mil. But like again, I'm rich, so if I'm out 500 mil, then like who cares? Like I've deleted a lot more money for a lot less. Where do you see your skill levels? I mean, I think I'm one of the better players in the game, like for sure. I think there's a lot of content that I can do that the vast majority of players can't do. Like, I would consider myself a top player. I don't think I'm like the top of the top, but like I would consider myself a top player. Oh, my skills are hidden behind one of my, or they're hidden behind the camera. You think you can get most? I think I could get the Grandmaster achievements done. So the big question with Grandmaster is how, like, to become a Grandmaster, is this like supposed to be like, oh, like 1,000 people in the world are going to be good enough to become a Grandmaster? Like, not everyone is supposed to be good enough to get a Grandmaster. Not even the average good PVMer is supposed to be good enough to get a Grandmaster. In that case, I still think I'd be able to get it. I think it'd be a challenge for sure. But it just depends on what type of things are gonna like be on it. Like, for instance, I would expect Solo Virago to be on that list. Is Solo Hard Mode gonna be on that list? Solo Hard Mode's a totally different beast. Do you consider the average PVMer? My guess is that the average PVMer can like... Oh, hold on. Kitten, Scarab. My guess is that currently the average PVMer can like... I don't know. Because like the old statistic was that the average PVMer, or like the average player, has like killed Vindicta. So it wouldn't surprise me if the average PVMer like right now is like they've done the Ratio quest but can't kill Ratio. Like, that wouldn't surprise me. True, just in time for another prediction. Yeah, like, I would be very surprised if, like, Solo Hard Mode Rago was on the list. But, like, it could be. Nah, we didn't get anything. Because, like, Zuk already has combat achievements, technically, right? Because if you, in order to get your combined cape, you need to do, like, a flawless kill. A flawless, deathless kill. So, like, Zuk already has his own type of combat achievements. The other side of it is, like, what else is there gonna be? There's probably gonna be sub 20 minutes for a Grandmaster achievement. Is there gonna be, like, sub 15? Sub 15 is really hard. Like, I would guess there's, like, less than 100 sub 15s. Yeah, it would be cool if there were, like, the challenges where, oh, you have to fight, like, the 5 Jads at the same time. It would be cool if there were challenges like that as part of the new combat achievements. Recently got into PVM, have... You're probably an above average PVMer. My guess is that the average player probably can't do hard mode Vorkath, probably struggles with normal mode Vorkath without, like, killing all of the golems to do skips. Like, you'd be surprised how, like, competent or lack thereof the average player is. Which, like, isn't necessarily, like, it's not supposed to be a slight on the average player. It's just, you'd be surprised. Well, I don't even think it's, like, I don't think it's that deep. I think it's literally just, like, most players think PVMing is really hard and scary, so they just don't do it. Like, I think that's a much more likely culprit for why, you know, the average player isn't doing a certain thing. Yeah, also, you have to imagine, before they reworked deaths, like, there was a real cost to trying to learn a boss, right? Like, every death you took at Raksha was 2 mil. If you have 100 mil bank, you only have 50 tries before you can't try Raksha anymore. So like, if you're a regular player who doesn't have that much money, you know, you died 10 times at Raksha, you just deleted 20% of your cash stack. It totally makes sense that you're just like not gonna go back. Combining that with like how insufficient the practice mode is, which you should still use it. There's no reason to not still use the practice mode. But like, for how insufficient the practice mode is in RS3, like I think that before they reworked deaths, it was totally valid for players to like not want to interact with the harder bosses. Cause like to them, it's all of this risk, and like, unless you get rewarded on your first or second kill, like you're not getting anything. Yeah, I know that Twitch is really weird with their ads. I don't really know what it's about. Like you'll be watching someone, and then if you like click off the page, like you'll get an ad. If you click off the page and then click back on, or if you refresh the page, it'll just give you another ad. It's like, I feel like Twitch should know whether or not I've just watched an ad. Yeah, like it's definitely miserable. And like, obviously if you want to support the content, like subscribing gets rid of all of the ads, but obviously not everyone can do that. But like, that's kind of the best that I can do, is try to make this, you know, run not as many ads as I could, and then, you know, offer incentives to subscribe. So my guess is that you haven't dyed your EOFs. Dyeing your EOFs makes it so that that isn't the case. Yep, you can dye your EOFs with like the regular colored dyes. I don't think I would soul dye any. Would I use a 200 mil? Actually, yes, I would. Like, I left a fractured staff before it was cool to do that, so I definitely would like Aurora dye an EOF, 100%. I was like, would I? And it's like, yeah, no, I would. I would. I'm not even gonna act like I wouldn't do it. Dyeing it gives it a separate keybind. So if I want to keybind my ornamental Essence of Finality, that is a different item than an ornamental Essence of Finality that's red, which is a different item from an ornamental Essence of Finality that's blue. So I can keybind all of those. And also, if I'm doing bank presets, if I have them dyed and I specifically have an ornamental red Essence of Finality, the bank will only ever load ornamental red Essence of Finality. It will never load a different one. Whereas if you don't dye it, it just kind of guesses, which is not good for obvious reasons. I mean, we haven't even talked about the worst RuneScape setting of all time. Like, I talk about this like once a week because it just blows my mind how just worthless this setting is. Whoever designed it needs to be fired instantly. Like, if you want to use these symbols to dodge, I think that's fine. The issue is the type of player that would struggle really hard with like dodging all of the boxes as they're showing up is probably the type of player that would struggle really hard with memorizing the open holes here and pre-standing there. So like, it's a way to make the fight easier, but only for your players that are already good at the video game. And it's like, those just aren't the players that need it. It'd be better if he didn't have to zoom so far out. That's true. I think most players should be playing on max zoom anyways, but that's just me. Kitten guy. Like, I think everyone should be playing on the Freedom camera. And if you're not playing on the Freedom camera, I am very curious why. I guess I can understand modern. I can understand modern. Your coin pouches only. Well, I also spent a bunch of money recently, right? Like, I spent 2.4 bill on Premiere. Yeah, I spent 2.4 bill on Premiere. And I spent 500 mil on 100 Divine Rages. So, yeah. I also like have a lot of money that I have access to, I'm just not using, right? So like this chest has 553 mil in it. That's too many Vindicta kills. That's way too many. And then like my elite dungeon chest, I think this has 800 mil in it. Yeah, this has 883 mil in it that I just like haven't touched. So like if I need money, I have 1.3 bill I can just withdraw at any point. Yeah, exactly. Like, my elite dungeon chest is staying full until I finish all 3 of the elite dungeon logs. Because, like, what else am I going to do with the money, right? I take out the uniques because they just take up too much space. But, like, I don't have anything to do with the money. Everything in the game that has stats, I own. The only things I'm saving for right now, so obviously I need 2 more shards for best in slot. And then I'm saving for Tavia's. And I am saving for Orlando Smith hat. But like, I own everything else in the game. All of my weapons are Aurora dyed. I have a bunch of Aurora dyed cosmetics. People only using shards on dual wield. I mean, you should use shard on all tier 95s that are like viable. So like you shouldn't use it on Fracture Staff and you shouldn't use it on Easy K, but you should use it on the other 4 weapons. What's your take on Gold Party Hat being discontinued? Does that mean it'll go up eventually? It's hard to say. Because like Fish Mask has been discontinued for what, 12 years? And its price it's like 10 mil. I think the issue with the Golden Party Hat is that it's metallic and we don't have great metallic gear setups. So it doesn't match a lot of the already existing gear, a lot of the already existing dyes in the game. Now, for instance, the retro gilded set looks really good. If you want to spend the rune coins on the retro gilded set, you probably already own a party hat or a gold party hat, right? But if you don't already have that, I can't think of a great reason to like use a gold party hat. I mean, I'm getting day drunk. That's not good. Probably don't do that. Like, will they ever go up? Yes. The question is, would you be able to make upgrades with the money now if you just sold out? And would that eclipse how much money you would make by holding? I don't know the answer to that. The answer is probably yes. Cause like, let's say, cause what are they now? Like 100 and, are they 200 mil? Yeah, they're 200 mil. Let's say they go up to 1 bill. That's a lot of money. Like that's for sure a lot of money. That means you're sitting on what, 70 bill or something? Like 75 bill. So the question is, if you sold all of them now, you would have 15 bill. Could you make another 60 bill in however long it took for them to go up to that 1 bill price? I don't know. But the issue is, how long is it actually going to take to go up to that 1 bill price? I think that makes it a lot more clear what you should do. It's possible that the craftable, like, masterwork weapon that we're supposed to be getting with fletching, it's possible that that's crossbows, right? Yeah, like, if you're playing every day, like, 60 bill is a lot of money, but it's also not that much money, right? Like, especially if you're doing, like Zamorak, if you're doing a lot of Zamorak, you're making 60 bill in like a couple months. Especially if you're doing like 2K Zamorak. So the question is, would you be killing Zamorak so much faster by selling the party hats that you would make the 60 bill faster? That's worth considering, you know? Because, like, let's say, for instance, that you don't have best in slot magic and best in slot rank. Like, but you could have it if you sold all of those party hats. By getting best in slot magic and best in slot range, you're giving yourself access to 2K Zamrock, which you can probably do without it. But like, let's say just like at your skill level, you need the best in slot gear in order to do it. 2K Zamrock is like, what, 130 mil an hour? Would you be doing enough Zamrock that by getting better gear, the 130 mil an hour you would be making from 2K Zamrock is more than you would be making by not selling, right? So like, these are just all the different ways to think about it. Yeah, exactly, right? So again, like when you consider that angle of it, it's like, oh, like I should just always sell. And I think for most players, that's what they should do when it comes to cosmetics. There are very few players who like, they have a cosmetic and I'm gonna recommend that they keep it. I have guides on Zamrock. I have a guide for 0 to 99% and for 100% plus. I do need to eventually make a guide for, I do need to eventually make a guide for 900% plus, but I haven't gotten to 900% plus, so. What enrage is the best for making money? The highest enrage that you can do. Oh, that's really bad. Well, so let me phrase.
7 minutes.
The highest enrage that you can do
is all
up
I
to
can
2K.
spare to play with you.
Thanks, Scotty, for the follow. Appreciate it. Because like 2K is the hard cap for like how much GP you can make. So if you can make it to 2K enrage, you should do 2K enrage. I like Omega Troll here. Unless I get a Relentless proc, there's no way I'm getting one cycle. Correct. If after 2000 you only increase rage to a save that you can do it. Umbrella Squiggles. I'm not getting into 2 cycle. I forgot to refresh my familiars. Yeah, we're not getting 2 cycle. I played that so poorly. And now I have to refresh my familiars again. Oh, I trolled. Okay. Someone asked about die to EEOF, so let me do this and then timepiece. Yeah. Is there a reason to die in EOF? So if you die in EOF, it is a different item. Timepiece go. So if you have it like keybound, then it's not going to register after you've died it because it's literally a different item. How hard is that Nakatra compared to 200 Enrage? I would say, hold on. Nakatra is easier than 2K in a raid. Yeah, 2K in a raid is one of the harder things to do in the game, for sure. And like, again, the issue, or not the issue, but something to consider about Nakatra is that most people don't have a good movement because there's only one other boss in the game that highly rewards good movement. So like, Nakatra was pretty easy for me to pick up, but like, if you, that's also because I have 300 hours of Zuk. So like, if you don't have 300 hours of Zuk, Nakatra is probably gonna feel like it's like unreasonably difficult, and that's because it is if you haven't practiced movement. Invoke Lord of Bones worth the GP. I would say that you probably shouldn't spend 700 mil on a Lord of Bones so that you can kill Nakatra. It's not worth that kind of GP. Now, with that being said, if you do Vorkath and get a Lord of Bones, should you use it? Yes. But that's, like, you shouldn't be spending that kind of money on a Lord of Bones. I would say the same thing is true of Scripture of Full. Is Scripture of Full the best book for Nakatra? Absolutely. Should you spend 700 mil on a Scripture of Full? Absolutely not. Should sell at that point? I mean, it's so my thing is I don't think you should sell gear that you might need later. I would consider ability codex as gear. So that's like my personal take on it. I think scriptures are like 700 now. So I can get it on normal mode. How hard is hard mode? I mean, hard mode Zuk is a pretty big step up, but again, that's because hard mode Zuk is really testing your movement. Whereas normal mode Zuk basically doesn't tax your movement at all because you can just bring so much damage reduction in normal mode Zuk that you can't die. So like, I would say that like, normal mode Zuk does almost nothing to prepare you for hard mode Zuk. Because the hardest part of hard mode Zuk, or the hardest part of normal mode Zuk, is Zuk. The hardest part of normal mode, or the hardest part of hard mode Zuk is like wave 9. Like unironically, that's like the biggest difference. But yeah, like I would say that a lot of like the ultra expensive gear, if you're like, dude, I don't know if I can afford this, I would just try to farm it. Using movement to group them for AoE. Yes, exactly. Like, again, I have 300 hours on Zuk, so like this isn't like my experience with Zuk is gonna be a lot different, but like I can do 15-minute like no food kills, right? But that's because I have 300 hours of Zuk and I've spent a long time refining my movement. Most people haven't spent that kind of time refining their movement. Yeah, I think my PB is like 15. It's 15 something. It's like 1540. But like my average is high 15, low 16. That's my average Zuk. Yeah, it's including waves. My PB. Yeah, I can show them my PB after this. I think my PB is 15 something. It might even be like 1530 something. Well, let me see. I thought it was 1540 as well. I don't remember. Yeah, 1539 is my PB. Two cycling Zuk. Yeah, it is hard, and like it requires like really weird setups that you just need to do a lot of Zuk in order to know that like that's the fix for it. You have gold Zuk. If you mean, do I have like the log? Yes. My Zuk pet took 440 something. I think 444. Yeah, my pet took 444, so I got that reskin. I mean, a 30-minute hard mode Zuk is like totally fine. Because like again, whenever you look at kill times, you have to consider like what's your average GGP per hour, and then can you be doing better than that doing something else, right? So like, I don't know what the average Zuk kill is worth right now, so I'm not gonna have like the best of evaluation of like whether or not that's good. But for instance, let's say the average Zuk kill is worth 20 mil. That means that your Zuk time is worth about 40 mil an hour. Is that good? Well, can you make 40 mil an hour at other bosses really easily? If so, then no, you have like stuff to work on. But if you can't easily make 40 mil an hour, then that is good. And that's the thing to consider. How many kills since last drop? Like 3. I got a wand like 2 or 3 kills before you joined the stream, so we're like chilling today. Oh, she still did that wave. So, oh, actually, it was totally fine. Wait, I thought I trolled, but it's actually fine. Guy, crocodile. Alright, relentless proc, go. Okay, relentless proc. Okay, GG, we lose. I also forgot to split soul there, so that's good. One more kill. Nice. Took me forever to get the Zuk. Yeah, so like, well, let's see. How much is Zuk GGP per hour? Killing Zuk. So if you can get 2 kills per hour, hard mode Zuk is about 90 mil an hour. Can you get 90 mil an hour doing another boss? What are you missing from log? I'm missing pet and offhand. So if you can't do 90 mil an hour, two kills an hour at Zuk is totally serviceable. Now, shaving 10 minutes is gonna be a lot, but because each Zuk kill is worth about 45 mil, if you can spend less than 45 mil per hour to get 1 extra kill an hour, it's always worth it. So that's also worth considering. Not hard mode. It depends on how fast your normal modes are. Generally, normal mode Zuk is like significantly worse than hard mode Zuk, but like if you're really struggling with hard mode Zuk, then you know you do what you can do, right? The best moneymaker is the moneymaker that you're going to commit to. You can, but you get them half as often. So in order for it to be worth doing normal mode, if you can do hard mode, you need to be killing normal mode more than twice as fast as hard mode. Because you're also giving up on sword pieces, right? Oh, this might be a PB. There it is by 2.4 seconds. Oh man. Alright, this is gonna be the last kill of the stream. It's the last kill of the Reaper, and then I'm getting pretty tired, so. Hopefully we can end the stream on a drop, but either way, we already got one today, so we are chilling. Was that wand to do? But yeah, I have 5 wands now. So I would really enjoy an offhand, but money's money, right? Like, because I'm using the first 4 shards I'm not actually like generating cash while I'm doing this boss. Was a grind to go in to get a shard? Yep, I have 2. But yeah, so like because I'm using all of the shards I'm getting, I'm not actually getting cash. So there is a lot of upside in getting dupes because like I actually get to refill my cash back. The Genesis shards, it's the unique drop for hard mode. They're like 1.8 bill each, so they're pretty good money. Look at all these noobs falling for my merch. Literally have Divine Rages just slow buying at, what's it called? They're just slow buying at 5 mil each. I mean, kind of. But I didn't get my first shard until 210, so it was just misery. Like, since I got those 2 shards, obviously I'm feeling a lot better about the boss. And also, like, as a content creator, I want to make content with the offhand. And since I'm going to get one anyways, I'm not going to buy it. So not getting the offhand is very annoying. I could just buy it, but it feels bad to buy something that, like, I'm guaranteed going to get because I'm going for Golden Reaper. Okay, take it easy, CJ. I know that's like a weird complaint to have, but, you know, it is still one that I do have. True. Yeah, unfortunately, Soul Split is just too broken. It turns out lifesteal is an extraordinarily powerful stat in 100% of video games that it exists in. When did you start playing RS? I don't remember. I want to say like 5th grade or something. This account was 17 years old, so that, whenever that was. So I'm 28, so I started when I was 11, so when I was 11. I think I had another account before this, but I don't remember playing on that account ever, so. Like, I know that account exists. I just don't remember playing on it. Yeah, I didn't do any damage there. I don't know what that was about, but that was cringe. Squiggles, monkey. Okay, I appreciate you stopping by. Bro, every time I get a relentless proc, I'm like, yes, I'm the main character. And there it is. And he drops. Nope. Never lucky. What's your first and most memorable moment? I just remember people fiending over rune scimitars, like, because back in the day, like, you were just so, like, everyone was just disgustingly broke. Like, it was really bad because we were 10 and we were idiots, so we didn't know any better, right? Like, everyone was omega broke. So you got your rune scimitar. You had your mithril chain body, your adamant plate legs, black full helm. Guess what? It didn't matter because you had your rune scimitar. And if you had full rune, you were like actually Bezos. Oh yeah. Yeah, like getting full rune was like you were like you were like a regular person rich if you had full rune, and if you had a whip, you were like rich. Like you were like Jeff Bezos in real life if you had an abyssal whip. Oh, I remember the Sarah sword scam, the Sarah sword and white two-hand sword. That was a good one. Oh yeah. Yeah, imagine you had a Zamrock plate body, you're actually a 1%er. You were on Epstein's Island if you had a Zamrock plate body. Astral, air, water, fire. I'll do astral air. Astral. That's soul. I can't see. Astral, air. Perfect. Okay. Well, that is going to be it for me for today. Yeah, it keeps giving me combo runes too. Whenever it gives me a combo rune third, I just do, what's it called? I just put in random runes until I get 80. Like, I'm down with 80. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. For all my YouTube people, thanks for watching. Feel free to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. It helps me out a lot. And it pushes my stuff out to more people, so would really appreciate that. For my Twitch people, if you're not following already, you should follow or else. And we're gonna raid out. So let's see who's online. How do I? Okay, there we go.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
Thanks, Audie, for the follow. Appreciate it. We're gonna raid Pride Slayer. I don't think he's been streaming that much lately, so we're gonna go see what he's up to. Okay, I'll catch you guys.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
Thanks, Schmidt, for the follow. Appreciate it. Take it easy, guys.